Okay. Happy whatever day it is. I think it's Tuesday. I get confused sometimes. I have a very sore arm since I had my second vaccine shot yesterday. Could have been a lot worse from what people tell me. So I'm not going to complain too much. It aches, but it's not unbearable. I can lift it. It hurts, but I can lift it that far. I can't lift it any higher, though. That's as high as it goes. But then I don't think the other one goes much higher. So it's not really that bad. Just the other one doesn't hurt. So that was yesterday. And after I had the shot, I was tired, and I was going to get on a couple streams like I normally do on Mondays, but I ended up after the aide left around 6:30, 7 o'clock. I went to bed and slept till midnight, and I was up for a little while, ate something, went back to bed and slept to 8, which then meant I was up all day, which now means, of course, I'm getting tired because I didn't have my nap. uh, I had plenty of energy earlier, believe it or not. It's not usual that I have any energy. But of course now I'm winding down. I didn't get that, usually I sleep later. So I was up to 8 o'clock in the morning and trying to get a hold of a doctor, and I keep calling, and they says, we'll call you back within 24 hours. And it's like, you haven't called me back from the first time I called, the first 24 hours, and now we're on the second 24 hours. So I called again before the 24-hour mark because I figured they didn't bother calling me from the first time. Just keep on trying. So I dialed the number. Someone actually answered it that time. So I finally got an appointment. I mean, they would have called me and yelled at me for not coming in for the drug test. When I had been calling, trying to get an appointment, they don't bother to answer the phone or return messages. But I would have been the one who got yelled at. I've already been that route before. They've done that to me before. I'm like, I have called and left you messages. Listen to them. Respond to them. Why bother taking messages if you're not going to pay attention to what they say? Because I was in the hospital, had a canceled procedure, and I was calling them from the hospital. I left them messages Friday. Then I called again and left one over the weekend, figuring hopefully maybe they'll get it Monday morning. And then Monday morning I called and left another message in case they didn't get it, and nobody called me back. And then I get home and they call me and start yelling at me for not showing up. I said, I left you messages all weekend long. I left you messages. Well, you must not have. We didn't get them. I said, well, I'm not in control of your answering machine or, whatever it is you guys use. I know I left you 3 messages, one on Friday, one over the weekend, and one first thing Monday morning telling you I was in the hospital. What more do you want from me? I'm still in the hospital. I was in the hospital for another week or so after that. So, they're yelling at me. I'm still in the hospital. So sometimes doctors' offices can be really annoying. And nowadays, they use this COVID thing as an excuse not to pick up the phone. Might get COVID if I pick up the phone. It's ridiculous. So now I've had the vaccinations, both of them. Although they tell me because of my compromised immune system, it may not work as well for me. Hopefully, if I get it, I'll just get a milder dose, version of it. So I'm like, was it really worth it? I mean, if I can still get it, does that mean I can still give it to somebody if I get the, asymptomatic version? She's like, we're going to have to continue wearing a mask and everything. I'm thinking everybody's going to have to continue because there's nothing on my forehead or anybody else's that says I've been vaccinated. So until there's a way of wiping it out to feel safe, everybody's going to have to continue wearing masks whether they've had the vaccine or not. You just got a better chance of not getting it. So I expect most of the people in this building will decide not to wear masks anymore because most of us got the shot. So they just assume that, why wear it in the building if most of us got the shots? Not all of us did, though. Not everybody in here got them. There's some people dead set against it. So take it on. Oops, I don't have my comments open. Not how would I know anybody's here if they were here? Don't put the comments on. Now my rants for the day. I've been doing a lot of research because I'm trying to decide what to do about my main character, the female. She has to have 2 jobs, but which job? And I'm trying to figure out how much it costs for a sailboat and how much it costs for a beach house, to build a beach house, and how much all this is going to cost because I need an idea of how much money she needs to make and still be able to pay her half of the bills, which was his demands. So I've been doing a lot of Googling. A lot of crazy Googling, too. Some of it's crazy. It's amazing the amount of information out there. I mean, it's kind of guessing because it's like a rough estimate of stuff. So I can only base it on a rough estimate. So I am working on the beta reader comments, starting to slowly work on it. I know I've been procrastinating. They've been procrastinating a lot about that because they didn't want to deal with it. They didn't think it would be as bad as I thought. When I sit down, I don't feel like rewriting this. There's several areas I have to work on that I know of so far that people complain about anyhow. But I don't know. I go through periods of being, interested and uninterested. And currently I'm interested, so I started, but then I get to this section that has to be fixed, and I have to make a decision because I have to change some things. And I don't want to go through and change them until I'm ready to change because it's going to mean changes, other places in the story, not just in one spot. So I need to make a decision before I continue on. I haven't quite made that decision yet. I'm still researching. So part of me is like hung up on all this research. But it's still a way of procrastinating. No matter how you look at it, I'm not writing the story. Get it. Good. It's almost time for my pain pill. This is like, man, my back is killing me. Of course it is. It's almost time for the pain pill. It knows. It knows. But they made a decision on the host for the Worldwide Write-A-Thon. I didn't get picked as a host. In a way, that's good because I was kind of nervous about being the host. So I said, Just be a co-host. Just be a co-host is fine with me. And I don't have to run the show. You just be part of it, but I don't have to run it. Because I thought about that. It's like, you know, being a host is nice because you're the main person, and you know, people will definitely subscribe most likely to the host, even though they a lot of times will subscribe to the co-host as well. I got quite a few subscribers last time after I was a co-host last time too. Though there's so many people this time that you can only do it one time. Like last year there was enough, they didn't have that many people, you could sign up for 2. This year it's definitely 1, unless there's some spots left open at the very end. But right now they've got more people than they can handle. So, and I signed up for one because I wanted somebody I knew. And I hardly knew any of these people. Like, these are people I do not know. There's only a couple on there that I knew. So I signed up on a time that I'm a little early for me. I'm not a morning person, but at least I know the person. I didn't want to go with a complete stranger. Even though the rest of the people might be complete strangers, at least they know the host. But I hardly knew anybody on there. And I'm like, wow. I mean, it's just grown. So, you know, exponentially, it isn't funny. And I suppose as time goes on, it'll get harder and harder and harder. It'll get to the point where they'll have to start limiting it to, you know, they do it twice a year. So, you know, this part of the year or that part of the year, you won't be able to do both. Who knows if it gets, you know, because it'll keep growing. I mean, YouTube is growing so fast. It's going to keep growing. There's always going to be more people. And it amazed me how many people joined and said, oh, well, I'm a small new, you know, site. And I really need to be a host because I need people to know me. Like, it doesn't work that way. You know, and she had to put a message out that it doesn't work that way. There's, you know, a way I have to do this to keep it, you know, fair. And just because you say you're new and need the people to subscribe to you isn't going to work. But I saw that and I'm like, wow. Amazing. I'm still small. I mean, I'm under 200 still. I mean, I'm more than last time. I don't think I hit 100 last time I was on it. But I'm still pretty small. But this was like a pretty brand new, like a couple people, you know, subscribers. And she's like telling them, well, they need to make her a host because she's small and new and needs to be, you know, known. I'm like, I think it works that way. So I saw the list today and I looked at it. I'm like half glancing at it. It's like, am I there? Am I there? And it's like, oh, no, you're not there. Okay, well, in a way, I'm glad. Sign up for the co-host sheet. And then trying to find somebody I know in a time zone that I wanted to be in because I really didn't want to do, I think, just 9 to 10:30 in the morning. Not exactly a morning person, but I guess, I think it's Sunday. I think it's the Sunday, 9 to 10:30. So, but you definitely get exposure. And there's a lot of people that come to the Worldwide Write-a-thon. There's, you know, huge groups. That's the other thing I was wondering. Do you really want to be a host? Because you get to deal with all those people in the chat. It's a lot of people. And as the day goes on, you know, in the more popular hours, it gets even worse. And of course, you know, being all over the world, you got people at all times of the, you know, all times where it's, you know, popular hours somewhere. Hi, Megan. All right. Beat my dog, so be right back. So, I don't know if anybody else signed up after me or not. This is the first time they use Discord, though. And it's a little bit more difficult this way, I think, but they prefer the Discord. So I'm getting better with Discord, but I really am not a big fan of Discord. I belong to several of the Discord servers out there, but it's not exactly one of my favorites, for sure. So that's the second weekend in March. Yeah. And they did it on the weekend with the time change. She goes, I gotta figure this out. I told her, I says, if I were you, I would have picked the weekend without the time change. Made your life a little easier. She goes, I didn't think about it. So they got that extra hour in there. Since it goes, it's an extra hour. 3, 4. Where do we lose that hour? Wait a minute. Maybe they lose an hour. I thought it was the other way around. I thought they were all young and it was the other way around. Actually, I think it's if you spring forward at 2, you lose an hour. No, I'm not in charge of this thing. Thank God. Not my problem. Whoever scheduled it that time, well, they can all deal with that. Your time doesn't change, makes your life easier. Yeah, I wish our time didn't change. Twice a year we go through that aggravation. And it's weird because it's not done all over the world. It's not even done all over the United States. So why do they continue to do it? It's beyond me. I understand they did it originally supposedly because of the farmers and trying to keep more light for the farmers. But it sure makes life complicated. I used to hate the nights when I was working, during the middle of the night, and I'd have to work that extra hour because the other people, their day coming in, they wouldn't have to push the other way. You lose an hour. You can't win either way. I'd rather lose an hour than have to work an extra hour. It used to annoy me because I usually work the midnight shift. So that thing used to hit me all the time. When I was on weekends, of course. And most of the time we were working 24 hours. Because either we were running overtime or they had switched to the 24-hour 2 shifts, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. So 1 week we worked 4 12-hour shifts and 1 week we worked 3 12-hour shifts. Get caught in it a lot. And it used to make things a little complicated. So I was just saying how I got that shot and my arm aches. And I conked out last night early. I finished dinner, my aide left, and I went to bed. Good thing I wasn't streaming last night. I didn't even get a chance to, because normally I would do Monday night streams with Austin. Well, Laura had already said she wasn't doing Monday night, but normally it's Laura and Austin on Monday night. It's like, well, nobody tonight. I'm going to bed. Right now, it just hurts. So that's done at least. Did you sign up for the Worldwide Write-a-thon? Man, that thing's hard to say. Worldwide Write-a-thon. I didn't get chosen as host, and then more I thought about it, I'm like, I'm really glad, because it really didn't. I put down I'd be the host, but I'm glad I didn't get the host. Because I probably would have had 10 people, me and 9 others, because I have unlimited, so anybody with unlimited had that many. Hi, Charlie. So, I didn't get chosen as host, so I just chose co-host, and then I couldn't find anybody I knew, except for Stephanie and a couple people I saw co-hosting, but as far as hosting went, I think Stephanie was one of the few people I knew, and I'm like, wow, I don't know anybody else here. So the sign-up sheet for the co-host is up, if anybody wanted to go sign up for the co-host. I got my second shot, Charlie. My arm hurts. And I went to sleep like right after dinner yesterday, and I slept all night. Woke up at 12, ate snack, and went back to bed and slept at 8. I was out for the count. And today I got a sore arm. But that's the second one. So hopefully it's the last one. There's a spot on the card, though, for a booster shot. I hope that's not necessary. There is a shot on my little card. The spot it says for a booster shot. I'm like, oh, please don't. Yay for the second shot. Boo for the sore arm, yeah. And you don't know what you want to do today. You want to work more on the zero draft, but after the day you had a fairly decent day. But now I'm tired because I didn't have a nap because I got up so early. They took your cards and didn't give them back? Why would they do that? I mean, that's supposed to be proof that you had it. I mean, now, what do you have as proof to show somebody that you had that vaccination already? Something doesn't sound right there. You should have gotten them back. Because they notated each shot on the card and then gave it back to us. That really sucks. Because, man, I'd hate to have to go through it again simply because I couldn't produce a card with proof that I already had it. That really stinks. The only thing that they added in, because they came to us. They came to our building. I live in a senior building. So they came to us. They set it up with the Board of Health and everything. They came to us. And, of course, I had to sit there for half an hour because I'm got allergies. So, you know, it's like you have to sit here for a half an hour before you can leave. Well, I did that both times. And, you know, they had the EMTs there. And then they let people sign up that hadn't signed up for the first shot. Well, we found out afterwards. One, they were telling them, well, to get your second shot, you have to go to somewhere else. So these people were thinking they were going to get the shot and then get the second one like they did and come in. No, they weren't planning on coming back again another time. They were just offering them a chance to get the shot. And they had to go somewhere else to get the second one. And then someone said they weren't giving them the first shot. They gave them the second shot. Everybody that came today got the second shot, whether you had one before or not. So I don't know how that messes things up. But most of the people, they come here because most of the people here don't try. And that was the whole idea. Well, the people didn't come for the first one, so they thought, well, they offered, they signed them up, didn't tell them that they were going to have to go somewhere else to get the second shot. Till that day, and the guys were sitting there like, what do you mean I have to go somewhere else? I mean, he didn't speak English very well either, so it didn't help that he didn't speak English very well. So he was having a hard time figuring out what he was saying. When a military guy takes your car and doesn't give it back, all you can do is smile and think about how cute he was, especially in that uniform. Oh, you're so funny. Yeah, you got a point there. My understanding is they get the same dose in each. Now, that's not the way they explained it to us. They made us sound like, because the second one was going to be worse than the first one, that it was stronger. But the fact that they were giving them the same dose that they were giving everybody else, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Like everything else, nobody knows what's really going on. They don't let us know anything. Keep us in the dark. Keep us in the dark. The less we know, the happier they are. Well, I've had 2 doses. That's all I know, and I have my card. So if it ever comes up, I do have it. Maybe they'll mail them back to you. I don't know. I don't know why they just filled ours out and handed them back to us. I love that one. I know nothing about anything that isn't this fantasy world or what Spotify's doing. That's a good one. I love it. That's good. Oh boy. Well, it's over with. I don't have to worry about it anymore. I don't have to think about it anymore. It's over. It's done. Hopefully. Not that it's going to change anything. Still going to have to wear masks wherever you go and all that stuff. For honest to God, it's not going to change anything. For now. Maybe eventually, when they've got numbers high enough to support their theories and people stop getting sick, maybe we can stop. But for now, Megan says, I'm back for a short bit, then I have to get the dishes done. All right. Well, it's been half an hour, so I can put on a sprint. And then you can do either writings or sprint, or dishes, or whatever you want. So let me set the timer up. Let's see, add it to the stream. Oops. Hey, come back here. Where'd you go? Uh-oh. Did something weird. Let me set it. Jump to a whole other screen. Oh, well, start it. All right. No countdown. It started. I'm not stopping it again. I just screwed it up once. So it started. And it's on the screen. Okay. Let's see what did Charlie say. You just sent me a free pass for Final Fantasy 14. I need to reinstall it on the other computer. Oh, wow. Cool. Great. All right. Be back in 24 minutes. Well, it was, she bought a whole post on, a whole blog post on and posted it, which is unusual. um, Sorry about your pain, but you reminded me that I need to take my pain medicine before it gets any worse. Maybe it'll take care of it a little sooner. Usually I end up forgetting to take it on time, and then it's harder to get rid of it. Well, I never get rid of it. It never goes away. But to make it lesser, let's put it that way. But I'm glad your dishes are done. One of the good things about having the aide is she does all that stuff. She changes my bed, she does my laundry, she cleans, she cooks, does all that stuff. And I didn't even know about that program being available. So I got out of the hospital and they sent me the after home nurses, and there was a social worker there and she told me about it. I'm like, I don't qualify for Medicaid. She said, you'll qualify for this program. So she gave me all the stuff to start it, and I started it. And they did it fast too. And I don't know if it was because of the virus already and they did things differently because of the virus and it was faster, or the program just doesn't take as long to set, because getting Medicaid is a long, involved process because it's state government. It takes forever. So I qualify and I get an aide 5 days a week, 4 hours a day, although she's usually not here that long. Now she's pregnant, so Charlie says to Megan, my back is acting up too. Sorry to hear about your pain. That makes 3 of us. Gosh. Charlie says, I think I figured out another beat in the story, but not well enough to move on to the next chat. Hi, Annuel. How are you tonight? I saw where you had the live in your Instagram. By then it was too late, and I was doing something earlier. Anyhow, normally I'm not up to anything. I don't even know if it was Eastern Standard Time. I just saw the thing, and I thought, oh, I missed it. Could have stopped by briefly anyhow, but I completely missed it. So, sorry about that. I would have tried. I don't get to too many. Try to get to some of them. And I used to get notifications, and now it's like, notifications, huh? That's funny. Even if they do send a notification, it's usually too late. Yeah, see, I have to, I really should read the Save the Cat and go to the movies and get the beats settled and list it so I know if I'm going to actually follow. Because my first story, I said it's close to the one, the monster in the house, but I was surprised how close it was, but it wasn't exactly. And I didn't have anything to write with, so I wasn't taking notes. I was just reading. So if I really am going to do it right, I probably should read it first, take some notes, get it settled in my head, what the beats are, and then try to write it to the beats. Instead of just throwing everything together and then say, oh, did I make it? Which what I should do and what I do are usually two different things. As it is with most people. We know what we should do. We just choose to do something else. I still have so much research to do to try to decide. So I can't go any further until I figure this out. This is the very beginning of the book. So if I don't straighten it out now, there's sense going through and doing other things when I have to end up changing everything maybe later on. I just do it right and do it once instead of 100 times. So we got dishes done, another beat in the story, and I wrote a blog post. That's what we've done so far. Just one sprint. So we can start another sprint. I have another few blog posts to do because I let it go again, as usual. um, Today's Tuesday, so about several of them that I didn't do. I tried to do the same ones every week until they stop having those particular prompts. Then I have to go find new prompts. Because one of my favorite ones, she's got cancer, so she comes and goes as she can medically handle it. And right now, it's one of her not so good times, so she's not doing it. And that's one of my favorite ones. It's always a photo prompt and with a prompt as well as a photo and a short story. So I usually like that one. I didn't know what had happened when she first disappeared. I didn't get wasn't around a lot and I didn't get the notice that what had happened. So I said something finally and she came back and told me that she had cancer and that she wasn't able to do it anymore at this point. So she's been back and forth depending on her health. Cancer, it's an insidious thing though. Alrighty. So let's do another sprint. Let's see, let me put the sprinting banner on because I always forget it. Find my timer. We set it 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. We'll see you all in 24 minutes. All right, let's see. I am partway through another post. It's the long blog one that's going to be eventually part of my book too. Haven't had a reason to stop it yet. It's on part like 46 or 47. I'm writing quite a bit. Not all of it will probably be in the book, but for the blog post, it's working out. It's really funny. But some of these words are really out there, but I'm managing to get them in the stories. So. All right, let's see what we got here. So, annual. And, oh, there's Greg. Hi, Greg. Hi, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Nothing you can't be a part of. Welcome. Megan says, nope, you're not interrupting anything. Hello. Megan says, back pain is no fun for sure. And you're glad to hear all is good otherwise on your end. Oh, jumped. Didn't see that part. And he says, my back is killing me, but I see I'm not the only one on this chat that's suffering with back pain. Besides that, all is good. Oh, gee, we're all doing just great, aren't we? Eva says, hi. Hi, Eva. Hope you don't have back pain. It's been running source here since the chat started. Charlie says, I'm giving up on the day. The dark clouds are rising, and then nothing snarls from the deep woods. I just can't focus right now. I'm sorry to hear that, Charlie. And I hope to see you tomorrow night. And hope you're feeling better. BA says, hey, y'all. Just dropping by to hit the like button. It's only the second day back, and I'm extremely exhausted. Enjoy all the pens, planners, journals, stickers, pineapples, and writing. Well, thank you for the like, and sorry you can't stay. And we'll enjoy all that stuff. I'm not going to repeat all that. Eva says, oh no, I scared Charlie away. No, you didn't scare Charlie away. Charlie's having a bad day. Greg says, I am not sure how much I will write tonight. I will need to go through my notes and do some work on the outline before I can do the second half of chapter 3. Do what you can. Eva says, Charlie, don't go. You can never come back. Now. Yes, they can come back and say that. Just Eva says, I hear from all dogs go to heaven every time. Oh, gosh. Heaven forbid. Charlie says to Eva, nah, I've had a terrible day, and right on schedule, the depression is sinking in. I just can't focus right now. Greg says, speaking of pens, I bought 2 today. Uh-oh. You know, I bought all those pens in the tons of colors. I thought, these are really neat. But I have found that they don't write very long. So, like, they're really nice when you first start using them. It's got a fine point and it's nice. But as you use it, it spreads. And then it's not so fine point anymore. And then it starts skipping. The ink starts skipping. It's like, well, these pens aren't so great after all. No wonder I have to buy so many of them, because you have to constantly replace them. Not as good as I thought they were. Charlie said to Eva, they look like such big, strong hands, don't they? Eva says, I took a shower a bit ago to wash off the ick that was creeping in, hoping it buys me a few more hours so I can wake up without having to do it tomorrow. Oh, I can't even take one alone. I have to take it when somebody's here with me. They don't. They don't have the luxury of showering whenever I feel like it. One of the things that having an aide is nice, but it does limit things like I'm not allowed in the shower by myself. So I don't always get one every day. She's not always here every day. And I take a chance if I take one myself with it. I can't take a chance on falling. So unsupervised showering is not allowed. Not in my world. Besides, getting in the bathtub to take a shower just about kills me as it is. So having to do it more often than every other day or so is enough. Way too much. It's just getting in and out. I can't breathe. I can't. The pain is tremendous. So, yeah, not a good thing for me. Eva says, yeah, no chances, Tessa, not worth it. Yeah, that's what they tell me. Not worth it. So far, I've abided by it. The few times my daughter brought me home from the hospital, I made her stay and let me take the shower. So, because after coming out of the hospital, believe me, you need a shower. It's like, can you please stay so I can get in the shower? Leon is here. Nice to see you. Amelia's not here, though. I've seen her for a little bit. Leon said, I was going to bed, but see your stream, so got here for some time. Well, nice to see you. Yeah, Amelia's not here, though. I haven't seen her in a couple days. Oh, good grief. She does it to me every time. Every time, I swear. I just got done saying, Amelia's not here yet, Alion. Boom, there you are. Hello to you, too. Holy cow. How do you do that all the time? Well, you're sitting there lurking and then you suddenly talk. I'm not sure exactly, but... And let's see, Samina, Kitchen Gallery. Amelia, always on time, haha. Yeah, she's always on time, all right. Welcome, Samina. She, I say her name and she appears. Boom, there she is. Danielle says hello to Alion. Amelia says they've been in here for a minute. And what, you heard your name, so you quick popped on so you could do that to me? I bet you do that on purpose. Megan says, I'm sorry to hear that to Charlie. I hope you find some relief soon. Yeah, me too. You know what it's like. I spend most of my life there. And it's hard to drag yourself out and pretend everything's okay. But we try. We do as good as we can. Yeah, Amelia, I think you do that on purpose. You figure if I see Eliana, I'm going to immediately say, oh, Amelia's not here. And you're right. And then you pop in. You figure that out each time. Mm. Oh, my goodness. Amelia says, I was here for like 30 seconds before you said it. Oh my gosh. Well, your timing is perfect. Leon says, no way, really? That's not coincidence. One time, we got good chemistry, I have to say. Yeah, you two linked together or what? You bonded over superheroes and you've been attached ever since. Amelia's still laughing. Greg says Tessa's getting into conspiracy territory because of you, Amelia. Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder. It's like, is she lurking over there? Oh my God, she's lurking. Amelia says a psychic bond. Laugh out loud, Greg. Oh, heaven. Doesn't take much to get me into conspiracy territory for sure. Believe me. And since I have no way of knowing who those people are that are over there, anybody could be sitting there. It's like at work when I was working in the call center and I'm on the phone and I don't know if someone is listening in. And you're constantly like looking around, wondering, is that person listening to my call? And you know, it used to, ugh, I hated the job anyhow. I hated making phone calls. I hated the whole thing. And knowing that someone was actually listening, possibly to my phone call, and could pop in at any minute was enough to make me crazy. I couldn't stand it. I ended up going out physically because of physical matters, but I added the mental issues into it. I said, I can't do this. I am totally nuts. Now I'm in total having constant what is it? Panic attacks. No matter whether the call was good or bad, because I was terrified they were listening to me, which just totally freaked me out. Megan says I'm making onion rings for dinner. Yum. We're also having corn dogs. It's not a healthy dinner night. Yeah, I guess that doesn't qualify as a healthy dinner. You're right. Amina says, yeah, I totally just wait for 3 hours for you to mention how I'm not here just to get one up on you. Believe me, there's enough people in this world that would do something silly like that. But you sure have it down perfectly. Whether it's pure coincidence or not, you sure have it down perfectly. Sarcasm. I'll never know because you're not going to tell me. But unlike you, you're not like my boss sitting there waiting to catch me doing something I'm not supposed to be doing. I know what the boss was trying to do. Amelia says, corn dogs. I don't like cornbread, and I guess that's what's wrapped around the dog. So I like hot dogs, but not with corn bread. So I think that's what a corn dog is. I know. Not me. I like hot dogs, especially grilled and black. Nothing like a grilled black hot dog. And like I'll put it in a frying pan because I don't have a grill, and I'll just fry it until it's black. It's close. I ought to buy some hot dogs again and some rolls. They're easy to make meals without making too much mess and too much hassle, and I can make them without killing my back. I might think about that next time I go to the store. If I think about it at the time I go to the store, of course. Maya says, surprisingly, I found out I liked them like a year or two ago. I mean, the combination might be not so bad, but being as well, I'm not sure. I'm assuming it's like cornbread, and I don't like cornbread. Maybe it is something I like, and I'm missing out. It's certainly possible. Definitely, certainly possible. Let's see. We've done, I think, 2 sprints so far. I think it's 2. Maybe it's 3. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure. So we're about due for another sprint. We got some new people in here since the last sprint, that's for sure. Cornbread plus hot dogs equal corn dogs. Okay, well, that's what I thought. I wasn't wrong then. And I don't like cornbread. Now I like hot dogs wrapped in croissant, the crescent rolls. I like them wrapped around hot dogs. Those are good. Their idea brewing in my mind. Buy some crescent rolls and some hot dogs instead of the rolls. Megan says, whatever they are, they're delicious. Oh, well, that's the important part. As long as you enjoy them. And I gather they're easy to make. Are you frying your onion rings or already made and just bake them? I don't eat onion rings either, so I don't know much about them either. Here we go again. We got Greg hungry again. One of you guys are talking about food now. I'm getting hungry. Well, it's been a couple hours at least since I've eaten. 3. Oh my gosh. 3 hours since I've eaten. I'm getting hungry too. Mary says, really like the State Fair brand you can get out of the freezer section. Mary says, yeah, I'm getting corn dogs out now. They sound really good. I guess she's got them in her freezer. Megan says, baking them in the oven. I got pre-made onion rings. Okay. So you're not doing all the oil and frying and all that stuff here. Okay. Fairly easy. Yeah, I like raw onions, but I'm not big on cooked onions. I've eaten them if I have to because it's in the food and I can't get them out. But I won't eat an onion ring for the sake of eating an onion ring because I just don't care for them. Greg says it's too late to order pizza here, especially since the local Domino's reduced their opening hours. Really? I was going to say it's not even 9 o'clock, but I keep forgetting you're in a different time zone than we are. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't even know how long they're open here. Domino's. I've never ordered from them. I've eaten their pizza, but I've never. Maria said I could fix corn dogs in the oven, but box also says I can make them in the microwave, and I'm lazy, so I guess that means she's microwaving them. Oh, jumped again. Megan says that sucks to brag. Megan says, yeah, I'm making them in the microwave. Oh, cool. I don't think both got the same idea. Greg says, yeah, it's 1:49 a.m. here. Yeah, I guess they're not open even here at that time of night. I don't know what time they do close, though. I've never actually ordered from them or seen their menu or looked them up online or anything. I mean, people used to order Domino's all the time for our bingo games when we were having bingo games before the pandemic. But I wasn't in charge of any of that, so it didn't matter to me what time they were open. I didn't care. They were just bringing pizza. I didn't have to pay for it. Megan said Domino's is good. Love the Parmesan bites. That sounds good. Most likely Domino's is still open here. Maya says my local pizza place is open till like midnight. Yeah, we got quite a few pizza places. Yeah, they used to close at midnight. Now they close at 10 p.m. Oh. I wonder if that's all of them, like over here or not. It seems like, are things getting worse where you're at? Seems like it, they're going down if they're reducing their hours. Which maybe they can't get people to deliver. Oh no, we got a problem here. Amelia is out of ketchup. Out of ketchup. Now what do we got to do? I don't put ketchup on my hot dogs. Oh my God. My family, my ex-husband got all my kids putting ketchup on their hot dogs. I'm like, ketchup does not go on hot dogs. Mustard goes on hot dogs. Not in my house. Not every one of my kids said, no, Mom, ketchup. Like, well, I'm not eating them, so you eat whatever you want on them. I'm not eating a hot dog. The only way I'll eat hot dog with the ketchup is if it's in the beans, like, baked beans and hot dogs, and you put the ketchup in to kind of make the sauce a little, whatever it is it's supposed to do to the sauce. Then I'll put ketchup on a hot dog. That's the closest I'm going to get the ketchup on a hot dog. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Used to know people cannot live their lives without ketchup. In my household, not now. I could care less. When I was married, if I didn't have ketchup, he would throw such a fit because he put ketchup on hot dogs. He put ketchup on mashed potatoes. He put ketchup on, of course, French fries. He put ketchup on everything. Everything was ketchup. Hamburgers, ketchup. Hot dogs, ketchup. Ketchup on everything. I'm like, I can't believe it. And every one of those kids did the same thing. I'm like, what is wrong with you guys? He doesn't know how to eat ketchup. Don't put ketchup on all your food. You only put ketchup on the food you're trying to disguise and you don't want to taste. Then I would put ketchup on something. Greg says, I'll eat some ketchup, but I would really find that disgusting with baked beans. Oh, no. We always mixed our baked beans with ketchup, and I used to add mustard to give it a little zing and mix it up with the hot dogs and the beans. That's the way I was raised. My parents did it that way, so that's how I grew up. And I didn't put any of that. I only put ketchup in when I made them for my husband, ex-husband, because he only liked ketchup. So when we had hot dogs and beans, it was with ketchup only. But he definitely would not eat it without ketchup. Heaven forbid. If there was not ketchup in the house. Oh, eggs had to have ketchup on them. I don't know what else had to have ketchup on them. I mean, you put ketchup on. We went to the Amish country, and they had these family style restaurants, which are fantastic. The food's homemade, delicious. And you all sit together on these long tables. So if you only have 7 people, they'll get a group of 9 to make, a table of 16. Or they'll put 3 families together. If there's, they make, that's the way they seat people. So it's family style. And you pass the bowls and plates up and down the table. And we were there, and they had fantastic mashed potatoes. I was in heaven, and I'm sitting there, and I'm eating mashed potatoes, and I hear, "Can I have some ketchup?" I'm like, oh my God, he did not just do that. Talking about insult. They looked at him like, how dare you ask for ketchup? For your potatoes? There was nothing on the table that needed ketchup. He wanted. So they begrudgingly brought out a small bottle of ketchup. That did not go over very well. I'm like, I can't believe you just did that. And no, ketchup is not the same as tomato sauce by any stretch of the imagination. No. Ketchup is a whole nother. It's a tomato product, but it's a whole nother tomato product. No, I would not put tomato paste on my hot dogs. No. Oh, Greg says, okay, now I am no longer hungry. Ketchup with mustard with baked beans. Well, we fixed that one. Anybody else got a problem we have to fix? Amelia's phone died. I'm back now. Yay! Well, we fixed that. She's back. But no ketchup. Amelia says, well, we make baked beans with ketchup and mustard. Well, see, there's another one who does ketchup and mustard in her baked beans. Not the only one. Yes, cooked into it. Mixed up like like it's all sauce. You mix the whole thing up. Definitely. Well, it's a good thing we killed your appetite since you didn't have anywhere to get food anyhow, right? Mia says, I could try my corn dogs with tomato sauce. Uh-oh. He just said that about tomato sauce. Not sure if I'm ready to commit to that food sin, though. I'm not sure that would do quite what you're looking for. Honestly, I don't think that would do what you're looking for. But I don't know. After this conversation we just had, I really don't know. I like bits of bacon in my baked beans too. That's nice. Little tiny bacon bits. That wouldn't happen with my ex-husband, though. It was hot dogs and baked beans, and that was it. Oh, heavens. The things I had to make for that man make him happy. And he says ketchup and mustard, diced onions, brown sugar, and can of beans. Now, we didn't add the brown sugar, but I have had it that way. Or onions. I didn't put onions in there. Heaven forbid. I don't care for cooked onions, and my ex-husband hated onions, period. He didn't even like the smell of them or nothing. Like, get them out of my face. Like, I don't want to see them. I don't want to smell them. Hot dogs and baked beans, macaroni and cheese, the American trifecta. Oh gosh, yeah, he loved It had to be Kraft macaroni and cheese, though. I love baked macaroni and cheese, you know, bake it in the oven and all that. His had to be Kraft out of the box, and it had to be Kraft, no other brand but Kraft. If I didn't have Kraft macaroni and cheese, all hell broke loose because he had to have his macaroni and cheese. Oh my goodness. I hate it. I hate macaroni, the box macaroni and cheese. I hate it now because every day we ate Kraft macaroni and cheese when we got done school. His mother wasn't home to cook dinner, so he would make himself a box of Kraft macaroni and cheese, and he let me have some. And after a while, I'm like, can we have something else? I don't want this anymore. I'm tired. He goes, no, this is all I'm eating. And to the day I divorced him, I know he still does now too, because I've talked to the kids. He eats macaroni and cheese all the time. I'm like, I don't know how you do it. I can't. I'm sick of it. I don't even like to cook it. The smell of it makes me sick. All right, so that was there, yeah. Greg says maybe we should have a sprint to burn off the calories. There you go. And Amelia loves onions. I love them raw. And I don't like them cooked. Raw onion though, oh, love them. Amelia says apparently it's genetic because my great-grandmother used to have an onion sandwich with a slice of onion and bread. I don't know if I've ever had just onion sandwich, but whenever I had my Jersey tomato, which is a real delicacy, New Jersey garden vegetables are very good. We're called the Garden State for a good reason. And whenever I had a Jersey tomato sandwich, I had to have a big slice of onion on it. And all my hamburgers have to have a big slice of onion. I like onion on my steak. I like, you know, each bite of steak to have onion taste to it. But as for just for a sandwich, no, I don't think I'd do that. Wouldn't go that far. But I love Jersey tomato sandwiches. Well, I'll agree with you there. Raw onions are the best. That I will agree with. Definitely. All right, I guess we better sprint. This has gotten out of hand now. All right, back to the sprint. We said it's 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. See you in 24 minutes, guys. Hey, Jen. How you doing? Saw a couple of your pictures on Instagram. I love baked macaroni and cheese baked in the oven. My daughter does it differently, with different cheese. Like I use cheddar cheese. She uses, I think it's mozzarella cheese. So it makes it a little bit different. And I've also seen people who take like the box stuff, but they make real macaroni. They cook the macaroni and then they just put all the cheese in the pot and let it melt into the macaroni. I've seen it done a few ways. I love great macaroni, baked macaroni and cheese, though. I love it. Megan says she loves onions too. And she's back from eating dinner. Jen's here. Amelia says hi. Amelia says she's doing pretty good. And I watch the timer. It's going to go off on me. Amelia says the touchpad on my Chromebook is now having a fit. At least my Chromebook is touchscreen too. Yeah. Hi, Jen. Glad you're good. Make it in the Instant Pot. Yeah, see, I like the baked. You know, it gets crusty, and that's the way I like it. My ex-husband wouldn't eat it, and after we were divorced, I told him, here's the thing. You're still living here. I'm cooking. However, I'm not cooking anything special for you the way I used to as your wife. So if you like to eat, you may eat what I serve. So he actually tried my baked macaroni and cheese, and he was a Kraft instant cheese fan, and that was the only thing we were allowed to have. If I made baked, it was for me and the kids, not for him. Well, he actually ate it and said, that was not as bad as I thought it would. Yeah, plus you don't have to cook. Makes it even better, doesn't it? And so he started eating foods that he wouldn't eat when we were married because he didn't want to cook. It's amazing what'll happen when you don't want to cook. Let's see. My cat came in and helped distract me. Amelia says, and Megan says, uh-oh, jumped. What did Megan say? I think I'm going to head off. The boyfriend and I are going to watch the Gilmore Girls. I cannot say that to save my life. All right, Megan. Thanks for coming by. Hope to see you soon. Probably see you tomorrow in Charlie's. Have fun watching the Gilmore Girls. I have to think about that before I say it. It doesn't come out right otherwise. Have fun anyhow. Yeah, cats are good for that. Vegas is nice. Jen said, that's cute, Megan. Oh, my arm is so sore from that shot yesterday. Oh, man. I got the other part of my vaccine shot. Man, this arm hurts. I'm used to just pushing myself off with my arms and trying to get, because I can't put too much strength on, weight on my knees. They bother me. Well, right now, my arms is like, no, no, no. We hurt, remember? Yeah, I remember now. Thanks for reminding me. I got really tired and I have a sore arm. Because last night when I came back from getting it, the aide looks at me. I said, I'm going back to bed as soon as you leave. She goes, well, then I'm not going to make it up. I said, don't bother. I'm climbing back into it. And I woke up. I slept from about 7 to midnight. Woke up. I ate something. I'm going back to bed to 8 the next morning. That was this morning. And I've been up all day. And I'm not used to being up all day. And I missed the phone call I have to make during the day. Of course, I missed the phone call. They owe me money. I want my money back. You have both now? That's good. Yes. I've had both shots now, so I'm now vaccinated. It's over. It's done. Now my arm would just quit hurting. Greg says, that's it. I am boiling water for those curry noodles. You guys still talking about food? Maya says, my cat is taking his little fuzzy paws and dragging his claws on my foot. I miss having a cat. I loved having a cat, but I can't take care of one now. So I have to live vicariously through other people's cats, I guess. Amina says he hurts, but he's constantly adorable, even when he's being mischievous. Jen asks, is he a kitten? Kittens are so cute, even when they're biting you. Oh man, sometimes the kittens and puppies, they get the biting and biting, and it's like, oh, please stop biting me. But they're so adorable. No, he's like 8 or 9. Wow. Well, I'm up to like 47 pieces on that story now. Soon, I've got to start transferring it into a document. I've been still working on research, trying to decide, because the beginning of my story has to change, and I have to figure out the best way to change it. And then once it's changed, it will have to filter through the book. But I don't want to change it till I'm sure of what it is I want to do. But the general consensus, even though the beta readers don't all agree on a lot of stuff, they do seem to think that she shouldn't have to have the 2 jobs if she's a doctor and a fancy restaurant. So I'm trying to figure out if what her lifestyle demands. But she has to have 2 jobs, because that's kind of important to the story, the 2 jobs. Without 2 jobs, we're talking total, complete, and utter rewrite of the story. Don't want to do that. I've written this thing so many times, I don't want to redo it. Jen says, just playful. Mia says, he's calling my foot and then looking at me like, does this hurt you? Before continuing to, he's just so fluffy and cute. Leon says, you notice one thing, that today's video title is mistyped? Not completely, but yes, just see and figure out. Well, it's beyond me. I don't see anything wrong with it. Unless we're talking about 2 different things. Well, that's how you spell live. That's how you spell stream. That's how you spell night. That's how you spell Tuesday. Oh, Leon, what are you talking about? Two capital letters? Oh my gosh. I can't even see that word clear enough to see it, let alone see that that's a capital I. I don't know where my glasses over here. Oh, geez. I never ever. I never would have seen that. I can still barely see it with my glasses on. Okay, everybody. Now you've had your fun. I made a mistake. Maybe they're all that way. I couldn't tell you. Like I said, I couldn't even see it. And even with the glasses, I could barely see it. If you hadn't pointed it out, I don't think I would have seen it. Tell you the truth. Because here, it's so blurry that the V comes up and kind of cuts across it to make it look like an eye. So what I'm seeing is it's not really clear. So that was hard for me to see. Even with the glasses, I can barely see it. Oh, God. I know I should have the glasses on. Like I said, I don't think I would have seen that anyhow. Okay, everybody. Ha, ha, ha. I spelled it wrong. I didn't notice it either until Ali mentioned it. Yeah. Okay. Now, is everybody happy? I made a mistake. I'm not perfect. Gee. And I thought I was perfect all these years. I just can't imagine this. I can't imagine what I feel that I'm not perfect. I make plenty of mistakes in this world. Don't like admitting that, but at one point, I used to swear I was perfect. I would have sworn up and down I was perfect. And the day I had to admit that, you know what, you really aren't perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect person. That was a bad day that day. Oh, my perfect track record ended a long time ago. It's just I got caught out today. Someone brought it up. Usually people are polite and don't tell people things like that. Yeah, you're perfectly flawed. I like that one. Perfectly flawed. That's a good one. Perfectly flawed. Like that. And her with our upside down emojis. It's like I try to put a picture in Instagram and it's always upside down. I'm like, why? Why are my pictures upside down? It beats the heck out of me. I don't want to get up early tomorrow, but I have a phone call I have to make before 5 o'clock because I want my money back. I gave him the item back on the 9th of February, and the money is not in my account yet. And that was 2 weeks ago. So it seems to me it should be in my account. I want my money back. They got their product back. I want my money back. I got the receipt saying they took the product. I want my money back. So tomorrow I have to try to remember to do it because they close at 5 o'clock. And I usually remember at 5:10. And they won't answer the phone at 5:10. Okay. Anything else you want to point out? Did I do anything else wrong? Besides not wearing my glasses when I'm supposed to. I did finish my blog post. My story is all caught up there. That's done. I went through all the messages on my blog, and now I have a couple to take care of and a couple more blog posts to write, and then my blog will be caught up again until tomorrow. And then I get a bunch more to worry about. I just have a few more tonight. One includes a haiku, a poem, if I get that far. I'm surprised I got the 2 stories done. Because I'm still procrastinating, obviously. I have no clue what the heck that is. What in the world? Is that money? Looks like money. We were talking about money, so maybe it is money. Give me my money. My credit card wants its money back. I hate calling people. I was on the phone all day today, flying money. Oh yeah, flying money. Gotcha. I was on the phone all day today, and I hate telephones anyhow. And of course, I'm usually asleep, but I was up early because I went to bed at 7 last night and slept all night till midnight, and then got up and ate a snack and went back to bed. Didn't get up to 8 this morning. And so I was on the phone making phone calls. I kept calling the doctor's office trying to get an appointment. They keep telling me, we'll call you back within 24 hours. Please leave a message. Well, they haven't called me back from the first 24 hours that I left the message from. So I'm calling every day, waiting 24 hours to the next day to call again. I said, this is ridiculous. So I called in the middle of the day, and surprisingly, somebody actually answered the phone because that's rare. I said, look, I've been trying to call and get an appointment. I mean, they make us get an appointment to go in and do a urine drug test because they don't want too many people in the office. They want to control those too, instead of just letting you stop by when it's convenient. No, you have to have an appointment to do your drug test, so not too many people are in the office at the same time. Not that they let you in the office until you're actually going under the injection. You sit in a parking lot until then, and you wait by your phone for them to call and say, okay, you can come in now. How nice. I can come in now. Ugh. I'll be glad when all this stops because this drives me crazy. And I can get people to, give me transportation if I'm allowed to sit in the office. But because I'm not allowed to wait in the waiting rooms, a lot of these I can't get rides to. I have to drive, and I'm really not supposed to be driving. And my kids hate me driving, and I'm not the best driver at this point in my life. My peripheral vision is screwed up big time. And I don't like driving. I hate driving. So this is great. I get all this transportation, but they drop you off when they do, and it's usually an hour before your appointment. And sitting outside when it's freezing cold and rain and snow and whatever else it's doing, this is not the time of year for sitting outside. So as the weather warms up, or the offices I know will let me in, I've been using it for. And I get out of driving because I hate driving. Just to the store, occasional trip to the store or something like that. I could get out of that too and have the aide do it, but since my neighbor needs to go to the store, my neighbor's the one that cooks me shrimp dinners and stuff like that, I usually take him to the store. So I still do drive for that. And I have to go get my medication. I don't know if they would give her my medication anyhow, so especially the opioids. So I have to sign for that. So I just go shopping and do my own shopping. So she gets out of doing that. She's out of doing a lot. And now she's pregnant. So it's like, I don't feel good. I'm sorry you don't feel good. And I don't know that it's going to get better. I can't guarantee you it's going to go away. Sometimes it goes away in 3 months. Sometimes it doesn't. She's already got morning sickness all day. So she's already past the morning sickness part. She's got all day sickness. And now we're approaching soon, in a few weeks, the 3-month mark. So I hope to God she feels better after that, because she's not much fun in this grumpy mood right now, let me tell you. And the hormones are raging. Oh, geez. Amelia says the American healthcare system, they don't care what happens outside the facility because they aren't liable. Yeah, they make us sit out there in the cold, the rain, the snow. And the girl comes out to me. She says, oh, I'm really sorry, but I can't let you in. I'm sitting out there shivering, you know. And she goes, because I had to get my eyes dilated and you have to wait in between. And normally you just sit in a waiting room. No, I had to go outside and sit outside. I'm like sitting out there wrapped up in my, thankfully my walker has a seat on it. I couldn't stand there for all that time. So luckily I got a seat on my walker. So that part is, now that the weather is, well, I can't say that because we just had an ice storm. So who knows? We got another storm coming up. I don't know if it's going to be rain or snow. Leon says, Amelia, you got any social handles like where we can I can't read. Connect together. I am right now in contact with Tessa and Annual on social platforms too from this channel. I guess our thinking is almost the same. Yeah, you two seem a lot alike. I have Discord. I'm not very active on my other social media. Yeah, that's not going to help him much, probably. Discord is, depending, that's, each group has its own, you know, special thing. He would have to join whatever one it is you're part of. Leon says, well, I guess the situation of bad healthcare is all over the world. Well, I guess it's getting worse, but you guys, I don't know about you, Leon, because I know you're in Pakistan. I know like the UK and stuff where they have, and Canada too, I think has like the health care that is provided by the country, and you don't have to pay for it, but we have to pay for all of our stuff. Now I am in low income area, and so I get help, which I didn't for a long time. I struggled all the time, and I didn't go to the doctors because I couldn't afford it. And all the medicines I take, the stuff that keeps me living, like my insulin, I never could afford that without the help I'm getting. So I worry about any increase in my income will put me over the threshold, and I'll have to start paying, and then I'm in big trouble. Because if I can't get help with my insulin, especially the insulin, I don't know what happens to people who don't, diabetics that don't take their insulin. Because my body doesn't make it, so I can't depend on my body to make it for me. And insulin is very expensive. Very. Mia says, I once saw a Tumblr post where a blog called Writing Prompt said, you have the power to heal people. Oh, gee. You are the villain. And someone commented saying, you are the American healthcare system. Oh, breathe. Hey, Jen, you still here? I haven't heard from you. Oh, boy. There's so many things going at one time. Oh, okay. I didn't think you said you were leaving, but these guys are busy talking so much. You're sitting there yawning. Oh, well, don't yawn in front of me. I'll start yawning next. Luckily, you're not sitting next to me and yawning, or we'd be yawning together. If you want to come on again sometime, you can. You are more than welcome to be another co-host again. Just let me know. We could even do it on the fly. If you were sitting there and you said, yeah, I'll come on now, I just have to send you an invite and you'd be here. So just remember that. If you'd like to join me anytime, you can. I enjoyed our time together. That basically applies to anybody on here who has the Jen says, I think I would sometime. I'll have to figure out when. Yeah, just let me know. Like I said, it doesn't have to be ahead of time. If you are, then I can post it that you'll be there. But if you happen to be on and you say, I feel like, being up there, just let me know and I'll send you a link. You just have to click the link. Just remember us to go to your email, I believe you said. Because Charlie always sends me theirs on Instagram. But I think you said yours has to be an email. But yeah, just let me know and I'll be glad to have you on. And anybody else who has that access to, their camera and mic can actually go on. I'm fine co-hosting, having a co-host. More the merrier. It's more fun. Like Wednesday night, I won't be on here, but I'll be on Charlie's. Like tomorrow night, I'll be on Charlie's. So 5 o'clock tomorrow. Usually that's what time Charlie starts. Since I told my aide, if you're making me change to one of my days from the middle of the week to the weekend, then I want to choose today and I want Wednesday. That way I can be, and my writing group is on Wednesday. So on the days that I have a writing group, I can join my writing group. So I said, okay. The other person wanted Sunday off because she's just a weekend person. I said, well, that's the way it's going to be then. I choose. Okay. So you just let me know and I will be glad to add you. Alion says, to be honest, when I was a kid, I keep brainstorming that why adults can't play football with us, why they can run with us, why they are having pain, etc., etc. Till now, I literally don't know where this is going. As a sportsman, I think regular exercise can maintain your fitness leveling adult times too. I was told to avoid some of the pain I am now. Well, I'm supposed to exercise now. Now I can barely move. But if I had been exercising all along, that it wouldn't be as bad. I had pain as a child. And I'm not an outdoor physical type person. Never have been. So for me, there isn't going to be regular exercise aside from maybe walking around this apartment building with my walker. That's about as far as it goes. Got a little bit of lifting with the hands and, a little bit of movement of the feet. I mean, I'm not physically able. And maybe it wouldn't have gotten as bad as fast, but I was destined. I had pain as a kid. So, I'm not going to get away from it. I wasn't going to get away from it no matter what. I mean, it was going to get me. I know my son is always going on and on about exercise, and he's really big into exercise. I said, I can't do it. Even as a kid, I was in pain. Let's see. Amelia says, do have my camera and mic set up for my online school. If it's set up and can accept the link, it can be sent. And you'd have to send an email, obviously, if you don't use other forms of social media. You'd have to give me your email address, and then you should send you a link. And it'll, if you're hooked up, it'll bring you right into here. Like, you're right in here, and you and I would be, talking and able to talk, not just chatting on the screen like this. We would actually be talking. Like the first time Jen and I talked was, it's like having chatted with her for so long, and suddenly we were actually talking, and it's a different thing, but it's nice. Jen says ideally one should exercise their whole life. If I knew now, if I knew then, I think I said that wrong. If I knew then, what I knew now, maybe I would have tried more, even though it hurt. But when it hurt, I stopped, and I hurt as a child. So I basically stopped a lot of movement when I was a kid. And then the older I got, the worse it got, the less I did. And it just got to a point now where I have no trouble walking. I can barely walk. Some days I can't walk. My back is bad. My knees are bad. I fall a lot. And some of those falls are balance related for other reasons or whatever. Ion says, well, these are my thoughts. You may disagree or agree. I don't disagree. I'm just saying, unfortunately for me, exercise really wasn't an option even as a child. I was one of the unlucky people in this world who had a lot of pain as a child. Chen says, I have to be a little careful what I do for exercise with the bad back and stuff. And things like yoga are great. I did a little bit of, darn arm. I did a little bit with yoga. I was doing, the last time I pinched both nerves in the back, upper and lower, I was doing the Silver Sneakers program that's set up for seniors. And I was doing the chair version. I mean, I wasn't even standing up and doing all the stuff that they were doing. And I pinched nerves in both my neck and my lower back. And that made everything. I mean, it was already, I have degenerative disc disease in my spine. It was already degenerating every year as it was. But that didn't help. And I have fibromyalgia. It's another thing which affects exercise. It's very hard, takes a lot out of me, and it can knock me out for days on end from just a little exercise. So I have to be very careful. Miller says, might do it sometime, although I have internet issues and I wouldn't want to wake up my mom. Well, if you do, just let me know. My internet. My email addresses are underneath. I don't know. I'm not on the main page. They should be underneath. I try to put it on there. Let me see. Yeah. So if you go underneath the screen and hit some show more, it puts my whole thing on there, has all the links to people some of the people, not everybody I follow, obviously, my close friends. And then it has my email and everything is on there. So if you ever, you want to email me, and yes, one of those names is my real name. Guess which one's my real name? It's not Tessa. So if you send something you can send it to Tessa, but the reply will come from the other name. Just to let you know. Well, I see Meadows on right now. Somebody named Shamson, whatever that is. Don't know. Free Fire live stream going up. Don't know what that's about, but they got 351 people watching. Wow. Whatever that is. Woo. That's a biggie. I gotta get back. Hold on. I'm still in the, what you call it? I'm gonna get back over here. I just saw something. And Jen says, I kept going to type the entire night when I wanted to say something to Tessa. Yeah, it's a whole different thing because you don't have to type anymore because we're actually talking. A whole different thing. I can have up to 10 people on my screen. Now, that would be crazy. But Charlie does it a lot. I went there one night and I'm like, gotta be kidding me. Every single, all 10 people. And I'm like, this is way too many people. They're all trying to talk at the same time. And that was really crazy. 351 question mark. I'm not sure what you're saying. Alion says, oh, it's a real name? Yeah. Well, no, maybe I didn't start my original. My original one, when I got the logo made, I gave him my real name and he made me a logo. And I thought, wait a minute, I wanted to change that. So he put it into Tessa Dean because that was my pen name. However, my main address is in my real name. So even if you send me an email to my Tessa Gmail, your reply is going to come from my real name, which I'm not hiding. It's not a big secret. It just happens to be that, I wanted to start with the pen name. So that's why I switched it. So you may not have gotten my first name. My whole name. When you got my order, it may have already switched it because I know the logo was in my pen name and I did so it's probably already switched over. But yeah, the other one's in my real name. Jen says, too overwhelming. It can be, especially when she did it for such a long time. First time, and she did it for a long time. So yeah, I can imagine. It was a little overwhelming. Oh, I was wondering what you were referring to. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Some stream on there has 351 people watching it. I don't think it's writing, though. It said Firestream or something. So I'm not exactly sure what that was talking about. Jen says you live in farmland, right, Amelia? I do. I live in farmland. Well, name is not a big secret to know. No. I've got problems with, I just got notification from McAfee that my phone number is being used by somebody and my email address has been compromised, the one with my real name, and that one of the sites has my name, email, and my password. I'm like, oh, goody. So, I mean, it's out there. If you know how to get it, it's out there. I only changed it because I didn't. My real name is my ex-husband's name, basically. Dean is my maiden name, but I never changed it legally back. So I have no trouble answering to it. And Tessa is just another nickname for Teresa. I used to be called that when I was a kid. Though normally, most of the people I know me, except online, know me as Terry for Teresa. And so I was Teresa Dean, and then I got married and became Teresa Smay. And nobody can say it or pronounce it or anything. So it just seemed easier to get rid of it. And I can do that with a pen name. It can be anything I want it to be. So, oops, well, I clicked on something and it went away. Amelia says, yeah, kind of farm now, kind of rural, kind of town, all crazy. Yeah, see, I live in southern Jersey, which is the garden state of the garden state. That's the garden state part. We have all the the farms, the cows, the corn, and all that stuff. Oops. Older houses, Amelia? Jen asks. Jen says maybe a gaming thing. Yeah, it might be. I know they get a lot of watchers. Amelia said some oldish houses also live near a smaller town with older houses. We've got some older houses around here. Like 20 years ago, I lived in the same town across the street, and that house was pretty old then. And the landlord was not a very good landlord. Really messed up. Jen says I am obsessed with older craftsman homes right now, like from the 1900s, as if I could fix one of those up. I see a lot of them get fixed up on the TG. The Fix It Show. What the heck is the name of that? Well, where they flip houses. They do a lot of craftsman houses. So I know what you're talking about at this point. I never knew what they were before. Now, after spending a lot of time in the hospital and watching all these remakes, I know what a craftsman house is. Amelia said, I've never had a nickname. I've had many nicknames. Some of them not so nice. There's some not so nice people out there. Amelia says, I love the idea of flipping houses. I think they're neat. It's not something I want to do, but I love to watch it. I think it's interesting what they can make out of those old houses. I watch the shows like crazy, but I don't have the skill or healthy back for it. Yeah, like I watched the one with the mother and daughter. And even pregnant, she was up there bouncing around on things and on the roof. And I'm like, oh my God. But her mother, was part of the company too. What's it called? Something Bones. I forget. I like those shows. I love them. I don't have the time or money. All right. Boy, I totally flipped that one right around. And Maya said, I don't have the money or time really to do it at the moment going into college. That's the hard part, is getting started. Definitely. Leon says, any educational or channel like this having a live watching of 10 is good, because these streams are liked by the ones who really want to enhance their skills. And I guess only if you do this. There are some on here who have much bigger audiences than I have. I mean, some of these people that have been doing it for a long time. HGTV. Yeah, thanks, Jen. That's the one I meant. Have hundreds and hundreds. And really, you can't interact in the chat. You can't do what we're doing. There isn't any way you could do what we're doing with that many people in the chat. So these are kind of small and cozy, but you can become more of a community type of thing. And I kind of like that than the busy chats where you're just a number and nobody pays any attention to you. Jen says, yeah, it's one of my faves. I love that channel. Let me say, yeah, that's one of my favorite ones. And when I'm using a hospital, it's one of the few things I have running all the time. And, I watch them until I start seeing too many reruns, and then I have to find something else to watch if I'm in there too long. But I do love to watch those shows. I love flipping houses. I think it's great. I love the cooking shows, but I hate to cook. It's just, Jen says, I think a lot of people don't even know about these streams. When I mentioned it to some people like Liliana that night, she had no idea. It's amazing because we're getting new people all the time, and the first thing they do is set up a live stream. Like, when I started, you put out some videos, you started building your list, and then you started to live stream. But now it's like, I got my channel, first thing I'm going to do is live stream. Like, it's become so commonplace, they're jumping right into live streaming right off the bat. Amelia says, I like the scripted drama in the shows. I watched one of the Property Brothers, and it happened just prior to the pandemic. So they started the show off, and it was a really difficult show to begin with because during the show, there was a bad storm, and a tree came down and landed on the bedroom and the bed of where the child would have normally been sleeping. And for some reason, she wasn't there that night. And so they had all the emotion of the parents when they saw the house and what had happened and what would have happened if their child had been in that bed. And the tree was dead. So the tree was taken out of there. They checked all the other trees. They made sure there would be no more trees coming down. And then they moved the child's bedroom to the front of the house, to the street side, so she wasn't near the back anymore. Because that's, it was really an emotional show. Then they get to the end of the show, and the pandemic had come. They had been, it took so long for all the construction, because they had to rebuild most of the house, and the insurance had to step in. Until all that part was done, they couldn't do anything else. So once they were able to work, the pandemic had hit. So the end of the show, they're handed a notebook by the crew that ended up doing the local crew. They ended up doing the work and stuff. And they did the walkthrough using these little notebooks, like the iPad or whatever. And it was the first time I had seen the show using both, because it happened right in the middle. And they had to end the show with them using iPads because they weren't allowed to be there in person. So they had to supervise other people doing the job that they normally would have done themselves. So it was a pretty interesting show. And that was, you want to talk about drama, holy cow. Alion says, whereas normally people get tired of their work, so they open YouTube for entertainment. So that's why they watch entertainment content more. I watch a little bit of everything, but mainly I watch mostly, I don't spend a lot of time on YouTube. My dad, that was like, he was so interested in everything he could find on all kinds of subjects. He was into a lot of things. And he would spend the day watching YouTube, all kinds of stuff. And he's like, you really should get on here. This is really great. You can't believe what you can find. And he's the one that finally talked me into trying out YouTube a few years ago. I heard of it, but I wasn't involved with it. It's been, I guess, 4, maybe 5 years ago now. So I've lived here almost 3 years. So it was either 4 or 5 years ago. Alion says, well, I manage all my expenses myself sitting from home, do freelancing, and just provide services all over the globe. That's cool that you can do that. Really cool. Jen says, I saw a listing for a home today for $1. They want the owners to restore it to the original style, which would cost a lot. So much potential, though. Well, that's it. If you can find a really cheap house, and a lot of these shows, A lot of them, it's funny. I watch a lot of different ones. And some of them buy expensive houses and do expensive repairs. But then there's the ones that buy the houses as cheap as they can possibly get it so that they can restore it and still make it, a profit off it without selling it sky high. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, the more you buy the house for, the better shape it's going to be in, the less work you may have to do. But if you could get it really cheap and restore it, something that you can, depending on how you do it. I mean, some people are really good at getting bargains and doing the work themselves, not hiring other people to come in. Leon says, I think these type of stream are new in pipeline. I don't know. I know Authortubers been around for many years. I'm not sure how many. Mia says, I'm making my fiction towns map. I can't stop throwing roads. I have to make a map of my town because I'm gonna, like I said, all my books are going to be based on this one town. So I still have to make a map of my town with roads and whatever else I'm going to include. People's addresses. I have to come up with addresses. And having a map of the, that will help me choose where I want things to be. There's Emily. Hey guys, what I miss? Well, right now, we were just talking about HGTV and flipping homes. We haven't sprinted for a while, so we're due for a sprint. We've been kind of talking. So you didn't miss a whole lot as far as sprinting goes. We've only done a few of them. And Jen says hi to Emily. Hi, Emily. Amelia says we are all slaves to the YouTube algorithm. Jen says I want to cry when I see anything that's not in California. Is that because you want to leave California and can't, or you don't want to leave California and you want that place to be in California? Do you have dreams to leave California, or is that where you want to stay? I know some people are stuck to where they live because of that's where they were brought up or whatever. Like I was born and raised in New Jersey. I only left to go into, North Carolina when my ex-husband was in the military. Otherwise, I've been in the same country. Yeah, I've been in the same country all this time. Heck, same state. Jen said, I sold my old house to some flippers since it needed a lot of work that I couldn't do. They made it so beautiful and did a lot of it themselves. That's cool. Way cool. Amir said we talked about corn dogs, food, money, terrible health care, and how house flipping. Okay, Amelia. Thanks for the update. There you go, Emily. In a few words as possible, that's what we were talking about. Don't forget the raw onions and the onion rings. Can't forget that. Oops. Turn that off. See, Leon said, yes, Amelia, as Google takes our data, YouTube takes our data, Google Maps does, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter does. So Google knows more about us than our moms. You're probably right. You're probably right about that one. Oh, my goodness. Emily says, sounds like a very productive night, Amelia. Productive depending on what it is you're trying to do, obviously. If you're trying to write, well, we're a little bit behind in the productive area there. I think we've done 3 or 4 sprints since 5 o'clock. It's not too many. Do we want to sprint again? Jen says, anything knows more about me than my mom. Oh. That's not a nice thing. I know it's probably true because of what you said, but it's still not a nice thing. Okay, so we're going to sprint again, and I'm going to change it back to 30 minutes. I changed it to 25 for Megan, because Megan always asks for 25. So when Megan's here, I do 25, but Megan's gone. So I'm going to switch it back to 30 minutes. Okay, give me a second to change it back to 30 minutes. I love 30-minute sprints. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And actually, I think I need some food too. I haven't eaten since 5:30, 6 o'clock. So I'm going to go check my blood sugar and eat. And I will see you guys in 29 minutes. Hi, Rosalind. Nice to see you. I just had to change my insulin pump. It ran out of insulin. So that's what I did. Now it's time to get back to writing. Bye. Wow, that went fast. It took so much time to change my insulin and everything. I got one post written. I was almost about to post it when the timer went off. So he says, "When it's been 6 minutes and you've written 5 sentences." No, it's not bad. It's not bad. Okay, so how did you guys do? It was a small blog post, so it didn't take too long to set up and write. Jen says, "Hey to Rose," and she got 847. Good job. Greg said, "Did great. Finally ate those noodles." Good job. I'm eating potato chips at the moment. Certainly not on my diet, but they are very little salt. So that part of the diet I follow. Now I want noodles. I mean, I like my noodles with butter. Buttered egg noodles. Occasionally I'll mix them with stewed tomatoes or ketchup. Ketchup. I do put ketchup on a few things. There are a few things I put ketchup. I'm not totally ketchup-less, despite the conversation earlier. Amelia, did we lose you? Emily? Alion seems to be missing too. Wonder. Get that conspiracy theory going again. I'm like on that prompt story I've been writing. I think I'm on part 47 or 48, something like that. Hmm. Somebody I joined on Instagram now wants me to join a chat group. She's a writing coach. I'm a Wattpad top 60 author, she says. So she helps writers build up an audience online who is excited to read their work. Don't think so, sweetheart. All right, Jen. See you in a bit. Amelia. Want to talk about people's mistakes. Watched YouTube and worked on my map a little. Someone else can't spell. Watch YouTube and work on your map. Jen says, is it a city that story takes place in? Do you go completely different in fiction, Amelia? And then Jen stepped away for a bit. She'll be back. She said, yeah, city, I'm trying to make it similar to New York, but I don't know. Have you been to New York? I mean, it's hard to build something like that if you... I mean, I guess you could pull up a map of New York City and do it that way. But you really wouldn't have to be in New York to do it. There's so many parts of New York. I couldn't imagine. My whole book is in New Jersey, but it's completely fictional. I think the only thing that's real in there is the ocean, if I mention it. And that's the only thing, because obviously I'm not going to change the ocean. But I can create a whole network of harbors and cities and stuff and make it completely fictional that way. Never been to New York, but I have Google Maps and Marvel movies. Marvel movies. I'm not sure how real to life Marvel movies are to real life. Think about this. Google Maps, I'm sure, can give you a map of the city. Pretty big city. Different areas. You know, like it's broken down in different parts. Boroughs and stuff like that. I've been to New York, but I couldn't do a map. It's been so long since I've been to New York. I haven't been to New York since before my divorce, so 21 years ago. It's the last time I was in any part of New York. And I'm not sure how true Marvel movies are to New York. Marvel movies have a feel in New York. Plus, I've played Lego Marvel City Heroes, which obviously is basically building. It is. Not quite sure I get that. Whatever you say, because I don't know. Emily says 1,217 words, and I just entered the second act. Woo! Good job. And you were worried because you only had a few sentences? You did great. Fantastic. Over 1,000 words in 30 minutes. Did good. Super. That's sarcasm, but it is pretty big. It's based on New York. It has landmarks such as Grand Central Station. Okay, so you were being sarcastic a little bit. Alrighty. That's good. Roslyn says, excuse me, I'm sorry. I think Zara, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Hoffman is at NYU right now. NYU. I can't imagine going to a big city college. University, you should say. It's not a college. New York City, New York University. I'm sure it's a pretty big place. I'm not far from New York. I live in New Jersey, but I'm in the southern part, and I don't drive much or travel much. We used to drive to part of New York to go to Connecticut once a year when I was married. And we drove through a couple parts that were pretty bad. I think it was Harlem or I know the cars were up on bricks with no tires. I mean, you see that in the movies. I saw it in real life. I'm like, oh my God, it really happens. It's like, don't break down here. We won't have a car left to come back to. mm, that's what I'm sitting here. I'm thinking, I want to make a map of my city, but a piece of paper is not going to be big enough, probably. And I don't really have an area to really work on that's big. So if I taped a bunch of pieces of paper together, I would still have a hard time working on putting together a map. I'm not really sure how I'm going to do that, but I need to do that so I can get things in my mind situated. Mia says, I've been to Indianapolis, though, which is as close a place to New York City as I've been. Lots of traffic and people and violence and stuff. Well, I think every state has at least one area that's like that. At least one, if not more. I mean, New York City has got to be like one of the top cities. When you think of crime and whatnot, New York City is like one of the top ones. Mary says, if you need bigger paper, really like rolls of paper from IKEA, you can also digitally create a map like I've been doing. I use Ibis Paint, which is somewhere in between MS Paint and Photoshop. Digitally create. I know there's programs out there that do maps. So I'm not looking for that, like I know some of them have maps like show mountain ranges and stuff like that. I'm not really looking for that kind of a map. I'm looking more for a street kind of a map. And would it be all, straight streets up and down, or would it be communities that are all, interwoven? And like I lived in a community where the streets weren't straight. You did not go down any street that was straight. And I used to get lost in there all the time. Even as an adult living there, I got lost in there all the time. If I got off my normal route, I was in big trouble. And so nothing was straight. Everything was all around and around and around. And, you know, and where this part over here might connect to over here, there's like a bunch of roads in between that go this way and that way. You know, it wasn't one of those settings where the streets are all perfectly aligned. Because I've seen them too, where they're all, lined up nice and straight. And because the next town over, they were all straight streets. You had your cross streets, going both ways. And, they were all straight streets. And then right next to it is our little community that's all over the place. And then the town I lived in that was next to that was a mixture of some odd shaped streets and a lot of straight streets. So that's small town living. I don't know about the bigger stuff. Yeah, we can do another one. Emily says, I'm going to head out. I've got a pretty busy night, but thanks for the sprint. You're welcome. Anytime. See you later. Have a good night. Yeah, we can do another sprint. $30 starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oops, forgot to take that off. Sorry about that. All right, so I wrote a poem, Japanese haiku, and that was one blog post. Now I'm setting up a second blog post, which is going to be a short story. It's going to take a little longer than that haiku. I have to take a picture and write something from the picture. It's kind of a funny picture. I think something's brewing in my mind, so it's whirling around there. So I'm not sure how many of you are still here. Did anybody get anything done? Can't believe it's almost midnight. I need to do some research by watching some YouTube videos. I'll leave you for a while. I'll be back later. Gotcha, Greg. I'm using Google more than anything else for my research so far. But yeah, sometimes videos are helpful. He says, yeah, I got so much YouTube watching done. So productive. And young lady, I don't want to hear any more laughing about my spelling errors. Look at yours. So I don't want to hear about mine. I'm basically texting yours was in the title. Doesn't make a difference. Everybody's looking at it just as much as they're looking at my title. If they even bother looking at my title. Yours is in the comments. Everybody sees it. I don't know what you're trying to say. I see their little people. I don't know what they're saying. Me and emojis don't get along. I have no idea. Should have seen me trying to find the stupid heart emoji on my text to my daughter earlier. It's like, Jesus, I know it's here somewhere. And I'm trying to send her the heart, and I can't find it. You did finally find it. Jeez. Make my little poem. Time is flying by. Just flying by. Here we are, already past the middle of March. I mean, February. Can't believe. I gotta keep my eye out because I have to sign my rental papers. And they usually don't let us know except by putting a notice in the elevators. Well, if you don't go up and down in the elevator every day, how am I supposed to know whether or not when the time is to sign my lease? It seems to me you could send a notice out letting me know the lease is ready to be signed, not hope that I don't miss it in the elevator because I don't go up and down the elevator every day. I didn't go up when I absolutely have to. Are you making salad? Oh no. Let's see. I think one's a ketchup. Some are flying money. Looks like we got an angel. This one's winking. Not sure what that is exactly. It's the ice cream cone, but ice cream isn't usually that color. Well, maybe that's explosive and not ketchup. It looks like ketchup to me. And that's some kind of hand signal, and I'm not sure what it means. You're just trying to confuse me. You're right. Well, you're doing a good job of it. Your job is done. You confused me, okay? You can mark it down today that you confused me. First one is fireworks. Never would have known that. Or a party favor thing. It looks like an ice cream cone, but it doesn't look like ice cream. It looks like weird colored stuff coming out of the top. Fireworks. Jeez. I only know the flying money because you told me earlier. I can't figure out if that's ketchup or explosives, the red one. Party popper? Okay, heard the term. Not a big party person, so don't know much about party. Dynamite, okay. I was thinking ketchup because we were talking about ketchup so much earlier. I was thinking on the little ketchup, the little squeeze ketchups that you can get in the store, restaurants. And one's got to be an angel because it looks like a halo on the top of its head. And the other one looks like it's winking. I don't go to parties either, but they have party poppers on Animal Crossing. No. I only know that Animal Crossing is some kind of game. Never seen it. Have no idea about it. I wouldn't know. I heard people talking about Animal Crossing and having to buy a special thing in order to play this game. Party popper, angel, winky, dynamite. Oh, that was just a fist. Money. I thought maybe it was some kind of sign language. Well, I got some. Not too bad. I hear everybody talking about Animal Crossing, but I couldn't tell you even the remotest idea what it's about. I gather it has animals in it, but I wouldn't even want to bet on that in this day and age. Liable to be anything. All right, so I was kind of right, maybe, in that it's sign language, because that's what I thought it was. I didn't know what letter, but I thought it was some kind of sign language symbol. I don't know them either, so. Hopeless. Terribly hopeless. I think we lost Ali on. Oh yeah, ladies still want me to chat on Instagram. And answer her back. I don't particularly want to be in a chat group, even if it is having to do with writing. I'm not looking for chat groups. And I don't know enough about Instagram to be in a chat group on Instagram. I can barely put my messages up. And it took a while for me to learn that from Charlie. Plenty of animals in Animal Crossing. You live among them and do things and basically live in a virtual world. It only took off this year when COVID hit. Yeah, I know people started talking about it constantly, and I'm like, but then they said something about it needed a special piece to play it on, and I'm like, well, I'm certainly not buying anything like that I need, to buy special too. Not that interested. I'm not a real big game player. I like Mahjong and Solitaire. They're like my, games. That's about it. I'm not really big with games. I used to play Word, whatever Facebook has. Word, something Word. It's like a Scrabble game. Used to play that. Good grief, I lost touch with a lot of people when I stopped going to Facebook, because that's where all the people I knew from school were joining up, and I'm like, God, I haven't been to hardly ever go there. My daughter, she posts pictures of the baby all the time. I don't get to see them because she sends them there. She don't send them to me. She puts them on Facebook. I don't go to Facebook. Nebo. They really help with picking which villagers live on your island. One of the previous games required one to play. I'm not really sure. I just know that there was something that you needed. You couldn't just go play Animal Crossing. You had to have something to play it with. That's all I know. I love Mahjong. Sudoku. I can't do that. It's beyond my. It blows my mind. I can't do it. Wow. I see people whiz through those things. I'm like, how can you do it? I can't even do one puzzle in hours. I could sit there trying different things and never get the stupid puzzle. But I do love Mahjong. And I lost the page They don't know where that game is. I used to play Mahjong all the time, and it had all different shapes and kinds of games, and I loved it. But I don't know what it was on, and I don't know where to find it now. I can play a couple different types of Mahjong on oh man, now I forgot the name of the site. I pay for it, but yet the name of it's not coming. Um, Gee, what is that? I can't begin to tell you. Right now, my mind's blank. My grandpa plays crosswords in the newspaper, and I would go through and solve the Sudoku puzzles in like 15 minutes. I watch a YouTube channel called Cracking the Cryptic where they solve. Yeah, my dad used to do the crossword puzzle in the newspaper every day. When he had a stroke, that was the end of that, but he never missed. He always did the crossword puzzles. Sudoku variants and stuff. It's run by Sudoku World Champions. Yeah, that's something I just can't seem to manage. There's some kind of game thing. I'll remember it when the bill comes due. Right now I can't. Oh, Pogo.com. They have a couple of Mahjong games on there that I play. And there's a few other games on there I like. So yeah, Pogo. That's it. Pogo.com. Somebody's got my email and my password for Zynga. I haven't been on Zynga in years. I just got the notice that they have my password and email sign in. I'm like, oh goody. Probably should look it up and try to change the password on it. Somebody's got my phone number. My email's been corrupted. I was like, she goes, well, the thing with your phone number is you're going to get more spam. I said, more? I get nonstop spam all day long. I got a phone that nobody knows the number to. I never gave that phone number to anybody. And it rings all day long. I don't even answer it because I never gave the number to anybody. So anybody on that phone, I don't want to talk to them. Just let it ring. Leah says there are I'm going to say that wrong again. Sudoku puzzles without digits, where you have to figure out the digits using special rules such as irregular areas and chess restrictions. Chess Sudoku sounds pretty fun to me. Oh my gosh. I can't even do it when they give you half the numbers. I'm not a math type person. I'm definitely not a math type person. I'm not any kind of thing that way. I'm very, it's hard for me. I can do things like Scrabble, because they deal with words and stuff. But when it comes to math and digits and stuff like that, not my thing. I struggled with math. Yeah, I went in the hospital and they said, here's some stuff for your enjoyment. And they hand me one of those Sudoku, I can't say it, Sudoku books. I'm like, I can't do these. They're going to help me. He did thankfully they gave me some crossword puzzles too. So I was doing crossword puzzles. I used to play chess as a kid. I haven't played it since a kid though. That was a long time ago. I'm not sure how much of it I even really remember. I mean, the basics of the game are still there, but I don't remember too much. I don't think I'd want to play anybody else. My dad used to, he taught us and he used to play with us. And I tried a couple of the online games and those things used to wake me up. I'm like, obviously, I don't know what I'm doing. My dad probably let us win. And I didn't know like the moves when they would say it, like I knew how they moved, but as to how you say, and they would talk and say, I'm doing this and moving this to this, and yeah, not me. I couldn't remember any of that stuff. You barely play the game. And now I haven't played it in so long, I'm not even sure I could play it. I kind of remember how the pieces move. Sort of. Rough estimate of how they move, just put it that way. It may be a little bit wrong. Never was great with checkers either. And that should be a fairly simple game. I think Greg said he was playing chess. Chess Sudoku? Can't imagine how you play that. I remember a few years ago when I first heard about it, like, huh? And I tried it a few times and I thought, oh, I don't quite understand this. Like, I couldn't even get a square. It's like impossible. And you have to do it all the way across and all the way down, all the little squares, and then the big square. Like, I don't know. Too much. Too much for my little brain to handle. Remember what happened to that last book I got. Sometimes I'll do word word searches. Sometimes they can be pretty hard sometimes too. You may think some of those word searches are easy, but some of them are quite hard. Because you figure out how many Z's do you think there are in a puzzle, and you're trying to find a word with a Z in it. It seems like there's more than you believe would be in there. Oh, all right. We've done talked about puzzles for quite a while now in games. You want to sprint again or what? I need to get writing. So she's just getting ready to start us. There she is. Hi, Jen. Chess Sudoku. Digits can't repeat in squares where chess pieces could move to, so when the knights move in straight digits can't repeat in spaces the L-shaped way. King's constraint equal digits can't repeat. Uh, too much. Oh, laundry and kiddo. We've been talking games. Sudoku is not my thing, for sure. Definitely not my thing. I was just asking her. She wanted to sprint again because we've been talking games for quite a while now. I need to get back to my writing. Alrighty. Good. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I don't like games unless they're simple. I agree with you there. They take too much brain power. I don't want to waste my brain power on them. I like Mahjong. I was telling her I like Mahjong. And I lost the site that I used to go to, and it had tons of games, different kinds of games, different shapes. It was great. I love that site. But I don't even know where that was anymore. Lost track of that over the years. All right. See you back in a little bit. Wow. I'm in the middle of this crazy story. uh, the picture shows a house in the middle of a park in the middle of a bunch of skyscrapers, and the house is standing up on one end with the other end up in the air. So I'm writing a story about house flippers who are all excited about getting this house for $1. We were talking about that earlier. And they just needed somebody to move it. And they didn't tell, it was the brother of one of the guys, they didn't tell him where the house had to be moved. They just were excited about the fact they got it for $1. All they had to do was move it. And they knew the brother did house moving. They did it all the time. He's moved hundreds of houses. They never told him. And he's standing there and he's like, where's this house got to go? And, they point to the skyscrapers. And so inside the skyscrapers is this huge park. So all you have to do is get through the first set of skyscrapers, drive through the park, and go to the other end. And he's trying to explain to these two simpletons that it's not that easy. You need permits. You need to take the lights down. You need a lot of things to move a house through an area like that. You just can't drive this house through. And they're like, he goes, I'm going to dinner. You guys figure this out. We've got to take the keys out of the truck. And there's a noise, a ruckus going on, and it's getting louder. And he's like, feeling his pockets. He's like, oh no. They've got the keys. I bet they tried to move that house. So they got in the truck and they started driving. They went to the first skyscraper, took down all the lights and everything. Of course, house didn't fit through there very well. Got into the park and it started falling off the truck. And eventually it fell completely off the truck and landed partially, down in the grass, and the other half sticking up. And then they just kept on driving. And I'm not sure exactly where this is going to end. But that's what I was doing. So what did you guys do? Yay, Jen, 10:51. My story means crazy. Yeah. Well, how else would you get a house in the middle of a park like that? Looked like it, fell off a truck. Amelia's playing chess. We were talking about chess. Now she's playing chess. There are a few dollars. What's the thing? A few pennies short of $1 or whatever that's saying. A few eggs short of a dozen. And chess is not simple. That's not a simple game. That takes cunning and expertise to play chess and win. But that's good, Jen. Got over 1,000. I know. And, some of them, of course, don't make the trip. And they've already paid the money for them. And there's nothing that can be done if the house falls apart on the way. I used to watch one in Texas. And they bought these really old places. And some of them just, they barely get them on the truck. And then they start to move and they fall apart. And Hi, Amelia. So, I had watched that show, and they had houses would fall apart, and it's like there's nothing, once they pay for the house, it's theirs. And some of them were really cheap on that Texas show. I mean, they would go for these. I mean, they wouldn't spend rarely more than $1,000 on a house. These were all very, very cheap, inexpensive houses, and they made them into very fine houses. They made some pretty decent money off. But there were some of them that just don't make it. And this house, it may have made it to another lot if you were just driving regularly to another lot. But of course, going through the tightness of skyscrapers and pulling down all the wires and traffic lights and stuff, didn't survive. The house is still in one piece, though. If you look at the picture, the house is still in one piece. It's stuck, with part of it down in the ground and the other half sticking straight up in the air. Like you can see where, the house is sideways on an angle. So the house stayed together. You just didn't stay on the truck. At least that's my take on it. So that's pretty weird. I'm not quite done it yet. I don't know where exactly to end it, but the guys just kept on driving. They didn't even stop. I don't even know if they knew the house fell off, or if they did and they were running to get away from the brother because he's going to kill him. Yeah, I can see you can get done writing done when you actually sit down and do it. Well, that's good. That's good. Oh yeah, the fines from the city are, I can only imagine. And the owner of the truck, whether he was the one driving it or not, is the one who's going to get in trouble. Because he owned the truck that did the damage. And that's even guessing that the streets were wide enough to get the house down there without really, hitting anything of the skyscrapers themselves. I mean, that's up to the imagination. It's hard to tell whether or not that was. But yeah, the owner of that truck is in for big trouble. And he told them no, and they did it anyhow. But he left the keys in the truck, so that was stupid on his part. These guys are just excited to get a house for $1 that they could, fix up and sell. And it's not a really bad shape on the outside. Doesn't look like it's in bad shape. So, but the point being that they were tearing down the area it was in, so it had to go where they were going to tear it down. So they offered it for $1. I've seen a couple shows like that where they've done that too. It's like, we'll even give it to you free. All you have to do is move it. So like they would give them the house for free, but they'd have to pay for a mover to move the house. I've seen a lot of shows where they've done that too. So the one in Texas was big for moving houses. They always had to move the houses. A lot of the shows, of course, leave the houses where they buy them. They just remodel them. But no. The one in Texas always moved the houses. Some of them they got free. They just had to pay the cost. And since they own the family owned the moving company, they didn't charge them full price for what they would charge, someone else who wanted their house moved. And there's a lot of places where people move houses, which is really kind of crazy if you ask me. I mean, what is the point? I mean, do you like your house that much that you have to move it? It just seems like way too much trouble and hassle and expense. And a lot of damage ends up getting done that has to be fixed once it gets where it's going. But there are some people that want to move their house. I've actually seen it happen. And it's like weird to look at the highway and see a house riding down. I've seen them floating on barges too, down the river. I've seen that as well. Yeah, I'd rather buy land and build there too. If I couldn't have that, at least buy a house somewhere, and I wouldn't move it. I can't imagine moving a house. I mean, I just can't imagine it. And there are a lot of people there. Like they hid the faces of the people that weren't part of their show. So these were real auctions being held. And they had, of course, however they fuzz out the faces so you can't see certain people, only the people in the show. And I'm sure if the people in the show didn't win, then that show would never get shown. But as long as they won, then, they would continue on. But there were other people there. So these were actual auctions. They didn't make the whole thing up for the heck of it. People were buying these houses to move them. And sometimes they moved them to plots of land and that they had bought, and that wasn't quite as bad, but sometimes they bought the house, moved it to this big lot where they would rebuild it, and then it would have to be moved again. They could have been foreclosed houses. They could have been houses where they built a new house and they never bothered to take the old one down, and then somebody says, hey, that house has to come down. Or there were times when the town was building, buying up all the buildings to build something big, and there was something in the way, and it was like, hey, all you have to do is move it. You don't have to pay for it. Just move it. We'll give it to you. So they would get it free, and they would just have to pay the cost of moving, which being family owned was a lot cheaper than, having to hire somebody to do it. Some of them had their own businesses, so they moved it and then they worked on it. So, but yeah, a lot of people do that. And that's, what I would, when I was thinking of flipping, buying them cheap like that made sense. But then I go to another show and I watch it and they spend, 50,000, 100,000. I'm like, I just watched a show where they bought a house for, $1,000 or $100 or something. Hell in the world did, now the show's buying these expensive houses. I guess it depends on the person. Yeah, I agree. Fun to watch, but I could never do it myself. A lot of women do, though. I mean, there's a lot of women out there who have their own shows. Definitely not my thing either. Oh, my lottery dream home, yeah. He's funny. I've seen that. Was being in the hospital, watching HGTV all the time. I saw a lot of them. And they would binge them, you see a whole bunch in a row before they switched to a different show. So, I got to see quite a few of them. And some of these people, I mean, they won so much money and they spent just a little tiny bit to buy a house. I'm like, what was the point of that? Oh, I love Hometown too, yeah. That's the kind of town I see my story being. The place like there. Laurel. I see that's the way, home everybody, out on their porches and walking around and knowing each other. And I'm looking, for a little cozy home town feeling to my story. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, but some of them didn't get a lot, so I can understand it. But some of them really got a lot of money, and it's amazing how small they would really go. Some of them. Oh, I know. I love that town. It's supposedly, as far as I know, a real town in Mississippi. You know, and the houses, and you see a lot of those. We were just talking about the homes, and now I forgot the name of them. You know what homes I'm talking about. You said you liked them so much. Well, darn if I can remember what it is. I hate when I do that. But there were a lot of those houses that were the kind you were talking about that you liked. But like, they put a lot of craftsmen, that's it. They put a lot of homemade stuff in there. The guy makes a lot of the stuff that he puts in there. So there's a lot of handmade items besides a lot of antique stuff. And those homes are not as lavish as some of these towns that are outrageous. People could go there with 100,000, little over 100,000, and buy an inexpensive house and fix it up to live in without it being too much. And they always look amazing. Yeah, all the wooden detail. Some of those are really beautiful. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was watching a lot of that. Was shown a lot when I was in a hospital. And there were the ones where she was pregnant, ones where she wasn't pregnant. And now I think there were some older ones where she was pregnant with another child before that. So, you were apt to see her pregnant or unpregnant, never sure which one was going to pop up. But you have to have a vision, like they say. If you don't have it, like I could not walk into those places. They look like old dumps to me. I can't see the beauty in it, whereas they can see the beauty in what they're looking at. And it takes a certain kind of person to do that. Not me. Definitely not me. Yeah, I was looking at those pictures. I guess that it was creepy and empty. uh, so you have that little talent of being able to create something out of it. Me, I see a dump. Creepy, empty dump. And those two just happen to get married. She's got this vision and he's got the handiwork, and they can take those places and turn them into beautiful, beautiful places. There was one, the girl, they were taking her to show her house, and She wanted to show them her house from Katrina, the damage and everything that had been done, and they wanted to know if the house could be saved and could they, turn it into the home she remembered, kind of remembered, and whatnot, and the memories she had of her father and everything. And it was pretty damaged from Katrina, and they couldn't do as much as they wanted to do with it because there was so much damage, but they did as much as they could with the money they had, with the option that they could finish it later on. Like they made the house safe to live in and everything. Just didn't quite have everything that they wanted in it yet because they didn't have the money to, they had to make the house. Because at first they said there's no way this house is gonna be able to do this because it had been abandoned, and all those abandoned houses down there from Katrina. And she wanted that house because that's where she grew up with, and so memories of her dad were. Her dad is gone now. She was a young girl, so he died pretty young. So they had a couple pictures to go from, and they tried to restore it as much as they could to, what she remembered and what they could see in pictures that survived. But there were parts that weren't safe that had to be made safe before they could do anything with it. I mean, they were working on that area and starting to build up in there, so it wasn't like living in the middle of a deserted area or anything. They were starting to rebuild around there, but the house was pretty damaged. I've actually seen that one a few times. His hometown seemed to be like the one that was they showed the most often during the day. Oh wow. The Fixer Upper was another one I liked, and they made a lot of weird buildings and houses for people. That was another fun show I liked, Fixer Upper, with Joe and yeah, Joe and Chip Gaines. That was in Texas, near Mako. I liked that show too. I understand since I last saw it, there's another child and they started filming again. So I understand there's some new ones, but of course I didn't get a chance to see. I didn't get a chance to see the new ones. I only got to see the same old ones. Yeah, they are a cute couple. The kind of, you look at them and the ones from hometown, and that's the kind of marriage I would have loved to have had, but didn't. It's like they're just, they look so happy and so perfect together. I saw that ad, but yeah, I don't know. I didn't bother going into Discovery Plus to look at it, but I did hear that they had a new show there. And that they had another boy. They had another baby over the years. I've just seen the same old shows. It seems like every time I go to a hospital, they're showing the same old shows. I don't know how those streaming services work, really. I mean, I heard the term, but I'm not sure how it really works. Not old now, huh? Well, no, no, I don't think mine's a smart TV. It's pretty old. It's my son's old TV. I don't think it's a smart TV. I didn't even know if they could hook the cable up to it. They did get the cable hooked up to it. Because I don't have a remote for it, and I'm like, all the buttons don't necessarily work on the side of the TV. I'm like, I hope you can get this to work with the remote, because I don't have a workable remote and all the buttons don't work. I would have to put Discovery Plus on my cell phone, which would be a little tiny picture. Not sure I really want to pay for that, for a little tiny picture. So I have a smart TV in my room and a Roku in the living room to stream. You add Netflix to any streaming app you want. Pay a bit less for cable now. I don't know what a Roku is. I don't have the thing on the roof to get cable. It's all through Wi-Fi. I don't know what they did here, because I live in a high-rise building, and she had to get into certain rooms that are kept locked, and the superintendent we had to get him and have him open some of the areas for her to get into, to connect to. I guess it's some kind of main connection point that she had to get to hook up my cable. If you call it that. It's a teeny little thing that you plug into your TV and connect to Wi-Fi. I wonder if that's what Jocelyn was telling me about. She was telling me, she sent me a link to something on Amazon. I said, I don't know if I have a connection card. I have no clue if this TV is a smart TV or not. I think she said the thing was like $30. I heard about Sling. I've seen their commercials. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Getting into electronics, and I'm not too good with that kind of stuff anymore. I know there's a lot more choices when you have a smart TV. I pay a ton for cable. I think my 2-year contract's almost up. But it's all really changing. We'd have to bring somebody in again and go through all the hassle of getting someone to come unlock everything. That was a pain. That was a real hassle. Because we don't have like a house with a roof that you can put something on, whatever. Ouch. Oh, well, you popping out too. Amelia's gone, Elion. Chill out. I do not have I'm pretty sure I don't have a smart TV. It's got cable, the old-fashioned style, with the wire. They're the best, Sally. I love mine. I'm back, and there comes Greg. I just got done saying Amelia's not here to Allion, and then Greg says I'm back. Wasn't the person I was speaking about, but hey, he's back. Somebody came back when I said that. Oh, boy. Yeah, well, I'm lucky to have a TV at all, so. The little tiny TV I had before my son gave me this old one. I mean, it's old, but it's bigger. The other one I had was teeny tiny. I'm not sure if it was a smart TV or not, but it was teeny tiny TV. I can put your stream on my TV through a Roku test. I just couldn't check that. That's got to be the thing that Jocelyn was telling me about. She was trying to tell me about something that I just put into the TV, and I don't think my TV has a connection for it. Tried to do some research. It's quite frustrating when you know you saw something, you can no longer find it. I know that because I was trying to help somebody. I had found tons of articles on not being able to use the U.S. military anything. It's all trademarked. And there were tons of articles about it. And I went to all the places I went to when I first found those articles. And all I could find was one page that says there's like 600 trademark USMC things you can't use, such as, United States Marine Corps and blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't the list of sites I got the first time. I don't know what happened to the site. So I couldn't find it for her. She tried searching. She's like, I can't find anything. And I looked and I looked. I went to the place I started, very first one. I started looking and found out about the trademarks, and it's just not there anymore. But yet, there's a reference in one page on the official page says that you cannot use, there's, 600 trademark words from just the USMC that you cannot use, and that goes for all the military. You can't use any of those things. And so when I was writing, I had to change my story and make it generic. I couldn't make it about the United States Marine Corps because they could really have a fit with that. So that was the problem I had, and I still don't know what happened to those sites. I couldn't find them more. Allion says, I still don't watch smart TV, just if I got some time. YouTube is my best choice for plenty of good content. I haven't had the TV on in a long, long time. I've got Netflix on my computer. I have Hulu on my phone. Not that I'm watching anything. I've got Apple TV. I've got Disney Plus. Don't watch any of this stuff. Jen says my kid watches more of it than anything. I'll binge a show here and there, but mostly I go to sleep to shows. I binged a couple shows. Like I watched almost all of Grey's Anatomy, and I thought it was over with. And then I'm like watching TV one night, and they put an ad on. I'm saying, wait a minute, you mean to tell me there's been new series? I mean, I had seen, you know, like 13 years, and this was, you know, years ago. And then I'm looking, and there's new shows. I'm like, I didn't know there were more Grey's Anatomy. I thought it ended. I watched all of NCIS. I watched all of the original, which I had seen most of at different points in my life. I'd seen most of. They had NCIS New York. They had NCIS Miami. I watched all of them, you know, all in a row. Watched the whole thing, which I'd already seen most of them, but I just watched the whole thing because they had stopped making those shows. But I find the NCS is still being made after I stopped watching it. I thought it was over with. So they're playing this the pandemic on that show, Tessa. I like it too. I pretty much work, write, or sleep. I am a freelancer too, Ollie. Well, in the beginning, if you remember when it first happened, there were no new shows because nobody was allowed to get anywhere near each other. And now all of a sudden we've got new shows and people are near each other. And you wonder, you know, how do they handle that? You know, there's scenes where those people are together without masks. They're not wearing masks. None of the shows I watched showed them wearing masks. So I guess the actors were willing to work without masks. Chances she watched an amazing show on Fine this weekend. I watched, I got what was it, the fourth Jurassic Park movie? And I had to quick find the third one before I could watch that one because that was four. I think four. No, third. So fourth. It was the fifth because I watched 1, 2, and 3. I didn't see 4. And then another one came out. So I had to quick find 4 and watch it so that I could watch the 5th. I bet they check temps. Yeah. They might even have to do like weekly COVID tests as well. But they're definitely putting new shows out without masks on. So you know these people are getting close to other people. Same with the baseball and the football and all that. I read a bunch of books on Prime. I watched that movie on Prime. There's too much out there. I mean, there's so much stimulation of whatever kind you want. There's just way too much stuff going on out there. Way too much. Can't possibly do it all. I mean, I haven't watched Netflix in a while. I'm still paying every month for it. Every now and then I'll get a notice, oh, there's a new series on such and such. It's like, oh, I did watch that. Half the time I don't usually follow up with it. Yeah, it's weird to push this one on me, and I'm glad. But how risky is that? Well, I heard one whole team got sick in baseball. So somebody on the other team was sick, most likely. But yeah, they're all, especially like in football, they're tackling them. They are in close proximity. I mean, baseball, you can kind of stretch it out. You're not so close. Basketball, you can stretch it out a little bit. The football, man, they're tackling each other. They're right on top of each other. Probably, yeah. I didn't even watch I didn't even bother watching it since all this has been going on with COVID. Because I was watching baseball all the time, and I stopped watching it. Kind of got out of it, and there for a while there wasn't anything new, and then they kind of started bringing them back. I don't know. But nobody was allowed to be in the stadium, and then they were the stadium put cutouts out there to make it look like people were in the stands, and they were playing the empty stands. Put cutouts of people. Then they started putting seats so far apart you could get seats, but you had to be so far apart from everybody, and kind of takes the fun out of it. Tell me your secret is great. Secrets? I'm not sure. Well, I have Prime, so my Prime, I had to call them because you're supposed to get, it said 2 credits for Audibles, and I was getting 1. So I called them finally and asked them, I said, is it because I don't pay full price for Prime? It's because I have Medicaid, I get a discount on Prime? She said, yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, I have to pay full amount for the Audible, and the book, I could buy it cheaper without the Audible. So I'm not so sure the Audible is a good deal for me, because I don't get the 2 for that price. I get 1. And most of the books cost less than that. So I'm not sure that the Audibles will work out. But I get mine at half price because of being on Medicaid. So I get a lot of the stuff that's on Prime. But some things like that, they took one of the points away. So for my 15 something dollars, I get 1 point. And most of the books are a lot less than that. So I'm not sure it's even worth keeping up with that, because I'm paying for it. I'm not getting any value out of it. If I got 2 books for that, it wouldn't be so bad, but not 1 book. Was it a long show or just a one-time show? Series. Well, that's what I did the last time. I looked through the thing looking for a long one, because some of them are like 2-hour books, and I'm like, I want a nice 12 I went looking for a long one. I found a 12-hour book. And I chose that one. I started a few series and then they didn't have another series, like another season. I'm like, you ended it. Where is the next season? But I guess pandemic got a hold of them because there's a lot of them did not come up with the next series afterwards. I watched a couple of shows. I'm like, this is really good. And then get to the end and I'm like, oh, it's the end of the series. And I'm waiting and waiting and waiting and nothing happens. Now I don't remember most of what I saw. I had a couple Edmo me right in the middle of the series. I'm like, you are kidding me, right? You left it hanging. I don't know what happened, but it was gone. Right in the middle. Right at the good part. Ouch. Ow. I forgot my arm hurt. See, what happens is it starts to itch. And I don't think about it. I go to scratch. And that hurts. So in the beginning, it hurts. Now, it still hurts, but it's itching. So I go to scratch it. And it hurts. Like, ugh. That's what I just did. I just went and it was scratching. And I went to scratch it. I'm like, oh no. Can't do that. It hurts. And I remember it did itch for a while afterwards before it stopped hurting. Excuse me. You have to be responsible. Don't get some sleep. I'll see you in Charlie's stream tomorrow. Good night, everyone. All right. Yeah, it is kind of late. I have to get up so I can be on Charlie's stream. There isn't too much. I think Greg might still be here, if anybody. Maybe Ali's still here. I'm not sure. It says 3 people are here. I have a few things I have to do. I do need to go to bed. So I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Yeah, so tomorrow at 5 is Charlie's 5 p.m. Eastern. 5 p.m. Eastern. It's 4 his time, her time, their time. Pronouns. Oh, their time. They're an hour behind me. So it comes on 5 o'clock Eastern time. And unless something happens, I will be on it tomorrow. As one of the co-hosts. And then Laura Nettles has one after him. Usually. Her. God. That's going to confuse me the rest of my life. They. If I could just stick to they, I'd have so much trouble. I try. But I get confused. When I see a man, I say he. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm trying. I'm trying my best. I know that man wants to be a woman. Thinks of himself as a woman. I need to get that through my brain. My brain's having a hard time with that. Okay, well, might as well sign off. I've been on for 6.5 hours. So I gather you couldn't find what you were looking for anyhow. And I have a few things to do before I hit the rack. So if you're at Charlie's tomorrow, see you there. And perhaps at Laura's. Laura's, I think, is 9 to 11 on Wednesday. So, yeah. Good night, who's ever still here. And I will see you later. Nighty night.